The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depended on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how companies recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very even the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. Algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. The company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. Before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28. right? And the quote starts: shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition, it is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut costs into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, three breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into a interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months, it can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. by cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 और आज तो सोमवार है, तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर, जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं, आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागामि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागामि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागामि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागामि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफ़ा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार।
Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the 3 most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number two is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number three is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board. They can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Jnani and the process of Karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problem starting to to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle, the yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Maersk's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden, nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghvi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear: the future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding. internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan, and MUFG for this acquisition. Now, some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma's world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon shares surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. Biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer, they are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle in haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titans involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly moving away from the cold, dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into a structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. In this video, we decode one of the most profound verses of the Bhagavad Gita to reveal a blueprint for a modern leadership and business's longevity. While the most CEO fear the end of a market cycle or the disruption of their industry, the Gita teaches that dissolution is simply the precursor to a more powerful manifestation. Let us go and discuss this further. Every CEO, every founder, every leader share a common nightmare. That is the end. The end of a product relevance, the end of a market cycle, the end of an era. We spend billions on R&D and strategy just to stave away and stave off the inevitable moment when what we have built is no longer enough. We treat disruption like an enemy, and therefore it has to be defeated. But what if the end wasn't a failure? What if it was a biological, even cosmic necessity? Today, we are bridging the gap between the modern boardroom and the ancient Vedic philosophy. We are looking at chapter 9, verse 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, where Shri Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, reveals a concept that can transform your lead, you can scale, and most importantly, how you can pivot. Welcome to the Eternal Pivot Leadership Lessons from the Cycle of Kalpa. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's look at the verse. The text says, and in this context, Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, quote starts, every material being enter into me at the end of every cycle of Kalpa or a millennium. O Konte, I send them back again at the beginning of the next cycle, quote close. To understand this, for business, we need to understand two terms, Kalpa and dissolution. A Kalpa is a massive cycle of time, a cosmic fiscal year or a grand scale. At the end of this cycle, everything, the stars, the planet, the souls, merges back into the source. Nothing is destroyed in the scene, in a sense of vanishing into nothingness. It is simply pulled back into a state of potential. Potential energy? Right. Then Bhagwan Krishna says, I send them back again. This is a first grade leadership lesson. Existence is cyclic, not linear. In business, we often try to force linear growth forever. But the Gita reminds us that everything that manifests must eventually be pulled back into the source, which is the core idea, the raw talent, the capital, etc., before it can be projected outward again in a better, more evolved form. Why do legacy companies fail? Because they try to fight the end of their kalpa. Think of Kodak, Nokia, or Blockbuster. They viewed their current form, their specific product, as permanent. When the cycle ended, they resisted the pullback to the source. They refused to dissolve their old identity, and as a result, they couldn't be sent back as something new. As a leader, your job is to identify when a cycle is closing. Is your current business model is being that has reached the end of the kalpa, or holding on to strategic simply because it worked in the last millennium? Very profound question, isn't it? I think all of you can try and answer in your business. Bhagwan Krishna wisdom here is about strategic detachment. He doesn't mourn the end of kalpa. He facilitates it because he knows the next cycle is already planned. A Gita aligned CEO doesn't see a market crash as a catastrophe. They see it as the universe clearing the whiteboard for a new, more efficient design. So how do you apply this? We call it the eternal pivot. The eternal pivot is the ability to withdraw your energy, resources, and talent from a dying cycle and bring them back to the source, which in your case is your core purpose. When you pivot, you aren't changing who you are changing how you manifest. There are several things that you need to take care. First, identify the end of the cycle signal. High customer acquisition cost, stagnation in innovation, or a shift in the cultural values. These aren't just problems. They are the kalpa signals. Number 2, embrace the dissolution. Don't just fix a broken department. Sometimes you have to dissolve it completely. Let the talent and the capital return to the center. Number 3, remanifestation. Ask yourself, if you were starting from scratch today with the wisdom of the past, what would I send back into the world. This is exactly what Krishna does. He doesn't just repeat the previous cycle. He sent beings back again, fresh, renewed, and ready for the new era. Leading from the verse 7 means leading with a cosmic perspective. It removes the ego from the pivot. If you believe you are your current product, a pivot feels like a personal death. But if you see yourself as the facilitator of the cycle, like Bhagwan Krishna of your organization, then the pivot becomes your greatest act of creation. You become a leader who's unshakable. When the industry is in chaos, you are calm because you understand the mechanics of the kalpa. You know that for something to be born, something must first return to the source. You aren't just managing people, you are managing the rhythm of evolution. Next time, when you face a major transition, a failed venture, or a shifting market, don't look at it as an ending of the your career, etc. Look at it through the lens of chapter 9 and verse 7. The cycle is closing so that the new one can begin. Your material being, your current project, is just returning to you so that you can send it back out, stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the future. Master this cycle, embrace the dissolution, and always be ready for the next kalpa. So friends, thanks for watching and thanks for listening. Now you go forth and lead the next cycle. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I leave you today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership built to last or is it stuck in a loop? In this episode of Beyond the Boardroom, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to uncover a startling truth for the modern day leaders, which is the cycle of rebirth and death, etc. In the material world, even the highest achiever in the Brahmalok, which is the pinnacle of success, are subject to the laws of time and repetition. For CEO, this rebirth manifests as grueling cycle of market disruption, product obsolescence, and the constant need to reinvent the wheel. Let us discuss this further. What happens the day after you reach the top? Every CEO has a Brahmalok moment. It is the quarter where the revenue hit a record high, the IPO is a smash, or the boardroom gives you a standing ovation. In the world of business, we call it having arrived.
But there is a quiet anxiety that follows that peak. It is the realization that tomorrow the clock reset to zero. The market changes. The competitor emerges from the garage in the Silicon Valley. Your top talent get headhunted. Suddenly you aren't the king of the mountain anymore. You're back in the trenches fighting for the survival. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 16, Bhagwan Krishna delivers a sobering truth to Arjun that every modern leader needs to hear. And the quote starts, O Arjun, from the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. And the quote close. Today we are going beyond the boardroom. We are going to explore why every CEO is trapped in a cycle of rebirth and how to finally break it. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. In Vedic cosmology, which is the Brahmalok, is the highest point of the material universe. It is the peak of pleasure, power and longevity. But Bhagwan Krishna wants that even there you aren't safe from the cycle. In business terms, Brahmalok is the S&P 500. It is the market leader status. But look at the history. How many Brahmalok companies from year 2000 are still relevant today? When Bhagwan Krishna speaks of repeated birth and death, he hasn't just, he isn't just talking about the reincarnation in the biological sense. For a CEO, death is the obsolescence of your business model. Birth is the grueling process of starting over, rebranding, and fighting for a new market share. If you are leading solely for material metrics, share price, ego, or dominance, you are singing, up for an eternal loop of stress. You are stuck in the sansar of the marketplace. You win, you lose, you die, you start again. It is exhausting. So why do we face this cycle? Because the material world and by extension the global economy is in a state of constant flux. Think about the rebirth of famous leaders. Steve Jobs faced death when he was ousted from Apple only to be reborn at Next and Pixar, eventually returning to save Apple again. Netflix died as a DVD by mail company to be reborn as a streaming giant and is now being reborn again as a content studio. Most CEOs think the goal is to survive the current life of their company. But the Gita teaches us that as long as you are attached to the result of the material world, you will always be forced back into the cycle. If your identity is tied to being the CEO of X, X meaning XYZ, what happens when X is disrupted? You suffer a professional death. You are then forced into a rebirth, a new startup, a new role, carrying the same anxiety and the same attachment as before. So what is the alternative here? Krishna says only when you reach my spiritual abode, you never take birth again. In a leadership context, the spiritual abode is a state of transcendental leadership. It is leading from a place of purpose that is independent of market cycles. How does a CEO reaches the abode and stop painful cycle of rebirth? There are certain things you can do. For instance, detach from the fruit. Focus on dharma. If your goal is just the fruit, which is exit strategy or bonus, you are at the mercy of the cycle. If your goal is your dharma, which is unique duty to provide value to society, you remain steady whether the market is up or down. Next is continuous learning as the spiritual practice. Rebirth happens when you stop growing. In Gita, the solution to the cycle is the knowledge. A CEO who views their role as a journey of constant learning never truly dies in the market. They simply evolve. Building a legacy, not just a ledger. Material success is temporary. A spiritual abode in business is the culture you build and live to remove any obstacles in your colleagues' lives or customers' lives, etc. There are only things that don't take birth again in the form of stress, and they become your permanent legacy. When you lead from this higher perspective, the cycle of rebirth stops being a threat and starts being a tool. You no longer fear the death of a product because you aren't attached to it. You no longer fear the market crash because your worth isn't tied to your net worth. You have reached a spiritual abode of equanimity. Imagine a boardroom where decisions aren't made out of fear of a corporate death, but out of commitment to the eternal principle of integrity, service, and wisdom. That is a company that transcend into this kind of a cycle. And that is a leader who has reached the highest planet and decided to go even further. Every CEO obsesses over their exit strategy, but Bhagwan Krishna is offering you the ultimate exit strategy, an exit from the cycle of anxiety, reputation, and temporary success. The next time you face a crisis, a death that is a metaphor of a project or rebirth of a competitor, remember chapter 8 and verse 16. Don't just aim from Brahmalok. Don't just aim for the top of the material world. Aim for the abode. Lead with purpose that time cannot touch. Because when you lead for something eternal, you never have to start from zero again. So friends, what do you think about this lesson? If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining live, and now go out and take lead with wisdom of Gita. Right. So before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit, which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts. And the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new 0 Series EV. Number 2 is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda 0 SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they had already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Teslas and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that $7,500 incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumer did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, They were being out-engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series, the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high-tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses, and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D-segment SUVs and mid-size sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two-wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four-wheeler division. So back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, sort of tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars, but steady hybrid middle path. So friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I am CK. Thanks for watching Akulmach World. I will catch you again in the next one. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
What if the universe's deepest theory can be unlocked not by a maze of equations, but by just four guiding truths? String theory, long seen as most intrigue puzzle in physics, suddenly reveal itself as a symphony of simplicity. Researchers now propose that with only four assumptions, the grand idea of vibrating string, thread weaving matters, energy, and space and time emerges naturally. It is as if the cosmos itself whispers, and complexity is born from elegance and infinite rest on the shoulders of few. So let's discuss this subject further. In the vast landscape of theoretical physics, string theory has long stood as both a beacon of possibility and a labyrinth of complexities. For decades, it has promised a unified framework, a way to reconcile quantum mechanics with the general relativity, to weave together the smallest particle and the largest cosmic structure into a single tapestry. Yet, its reputation has often been that of an intrigue puzzle and requiring layers upon layers of assumptions, mathematical scaffolding, and abstract dimensions. Now, researchers suggest that the path to string theory may be far simpler than imagined. Only four fundamental assumptions are needed to derive it. And this proposal reframes the narratives, and instead of towering the edifice built on the countless hypotheses, string theory could emerge from a fundamental foundation as an elegant as the theory itself, aspiring to be. So the assumptions are not arbitrary. They are principles that resonate across physics, and they speak of symmetry, consistency, and universality of interaction. So by stripping away the access, scientific and scientists reveal that the string theory is not a speculative castle in the cloud, but a natural consequence of few guiding truths. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, imagine the implications. If the string theory can be distillized into four assumptions, it becomes less of distinct dream and more of logical inevitability. And it suggests that the universe at its deepest level may indeed be composed of vibrating string and tiny filaments of energies whose oscillations give rise to particles, forces, and dimensions. The elegance of this idea lies in its economy. Complexities emerges not from the complication but from the simplicity, repeated and scaled. The simplification also challenges the perception of string theory as inaccessible, and for years critics have argued that it is too abstract, too detached from the experiment, and too reliant on the mathematical gymnastics. But if its derivation rests on only four assumptions, then its beauty is not in its difficulty but in its clarity. It became a framework that is not imposed but discovered, a theory that flow naturally from the bedrocks of physics. This shift has profound consequences for how we think about the universe. String theory has always hinted at a hidden dimensions and at possibility that the reality is richer than what we perceive. With the simplified foundation, these dimensions feel less like a speculative add-ons and more like a necessary outcomes. So the theory becomes not a patchwork of ideas but a seamless extension of physical law. It suggests that the universe's deepest secrets are not locked behind complexities, but revealed through a simplicity. For the lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating. To know that the universe might be explained by four assumptions is to glimpse the elegance of nature's design. It is to realize that beneath the chaos of particles and forces lie a harmony as simple as a string's vibration. Just as music arises from oscillation of strings on an instrument, so too might matter and energy arise from oscillation of cosmic strings. The metaphor is irresistible, and the universe as a symphony and its notes played on string of a reality itself. Of course, the challenges remain, and the string theory still awaits experimental confirmation, still faces questions about testability and prediction. But the simplification offers hope, and it suggests that the theory is not an artificial construct but a natural consequence waiting to be revealed in data and observations. So it invites physicists to look again, to seek evidence not with the confusion, with the kind of not to be, but with curiosity. So knowing that framework is grounded in simplicity. So in the end, the proposal that string theory rests on the four assumptions is more than a technical achievement. It is a philosophical statement about science itself. It reminds us that the universe is not obliged to be complicated. It may be vast, mysterious, and awe-inspiring, but at its heart, it may be governed by the principle that are few, elegant, and profound. So to uncover those principles, it is a step closer to ultimate goal of physics, a unified understanding of everything, from the smallest quark to the largest galaxies, all vibrating together in the cosmic symphony of strings. So in the end, the revelation of that string theory may rest on only four assumptions, and it is more than a technical breakthrough. It is a testament to the universe's elegance and complexities once thought to be the hallmark of ultimate truth give way to the simplicity, showing us that the thread and the cosmos may be woven from just handful of threads. From a simplest and smallest vibration to the grandest galaxies, reality hums with the music of strings, reminding us that the deepest mysteries are often born from a simplest note. So we have come to the end of this subject. Look forward for your comments. And thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the United Arab Emirates bombshelled the announcement to exit the OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1st, 2026. And this has sent shockwave through the global energy markets. This historic move marks the end of nearly 60 years of membership and signals a massive shift in the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. In this video, we dive deep into why the UAE is walking away, the rising tension with Saudi Arabia, and how this decision, combined with ongoing Strait of Hormuz crisis, could redefine the oil prices forever. Let's go. Today, the global energy landscape didn't just shift, it has actually fractured. In a bombshell announcement that has sent shockwaves from Wall Street to Riyadh, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, has officially declared its exit from OPEC and OPEC Plus alliance effective May 1st, 2026. This isn't just a policy change, it's a geopolitical earthquake. For nearly 60 years, the UAE has been the cornerstone of the world's most powerful oil cartel. But as of this morning, Abu Dhabi is walking away, leaving the Saudi-led organization in what many are calling its biggest crisis since 1970. Why now? What does this mean for your gas prices? And is this the beginning of the end of OPEC? Today we are breaking down the UAE declaration of independence and the massive blow it deals to the global oil order. If you've reached this far, friends, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now moving on, to understand why this is happening, we have to look at the growing tension between UAE and the cartel, which is de facto leader Saudi Arabia. For years, the UAE has been frustrated. They have invested billions into expanding their production capacity, aiming for 5 million barrels per day by 2027. But under OPEC's strict quota system, they have been forced to keep much of that oil in the ground. The UAE message is clear. We have the oil, we have the tech, we want to sell it. The official statement from the Emirates news agency emphasizes a strategic and economic recalibration. Essentially, the UAE believes their national interest, which is monetizing their reserves, while demand is very high at this point in time. So they want to make sure that they monetize well in time. No longer align with the production cuts demanded by the rest of the group. By leaving UAE is better on by itself. They are trading the security of the cartel for flexibility because of the free market and other pressures, right? We cannot ignore the elephant in the room, and that is the timing. This exit comes in the midst of massive regional energy shock. With the ongoing conflict involving Iran and the non-closure of almost total closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global supply chain is already under immense pressure. OPEC production fell by staggering 27% in March alone. Some experts like Michael Brown of Pepperstone argue that while the UAE wants to pump more, actually shipping that product through the blockade, through the strait, is nearly impossible right now. This makes the exit even more of a strategic pivot. The UAE is positioning itself as a reliable, independent alternative to the cartels precisely when the world is desperate for stability. By breaking away now, they distance themselves from the collective political baggages of OPEC while the US and Israel navigate the escalating situations with Iran. This is a massive blow to Saudi-led dominance. For decades, OPEC has moved as one, with Riyadh pulling the strings, but with Qatar leaving in 2019 and now the UAE, the third largest producer in the group, following suit, the Saudi-led moniker is losing its weight. So, is this is going to be sustainable? Is there a price war on the horizon? History says maybe. When OPEC members disagree on quotas, we often see a race to the bottom, where countries flood the market with cheap oil to grab market share. If the UAE starts pumping its full 5 million barrel capacity once the regional conflict subsides, it could put immense downward pressure on the global prices. Something Saudi Arabia, which needs high price to fund its Vision 2030 projects, desperately wants to avoid. So what does this mean for you and me, rest of the people in the world? In the short term, volatility. Market hate uncertainty, and the exit of a major player like UAE creates a massive vacuum. Crude oil futures are already jumping as traders try to price in a world without unified OPEC. However, in the long run, this could lead to more competitive pricing. Without OPEC quotas holding them back, the UAE is free to be a swing producer, offering their cost competitive lower carbon barrels to the highest bidder. If other members see the UAE succeeding outside the cartel, we could see a domino effect where Kuwait or Iraq start questioning their own membership. The OPEC crack isn't just a headline, it is the possible start of a decentralized energy market. The UAE exit effective May 1st is the gamble of the historic proportions. They are betting that the future of energy belongs to the flexible and independent, not collective. As the sun set on nearly 60 years of UAE OPEC cooperation, a new era of energy geopolitics begins now. So, is OPEC dead? Very big question, right? Or will Saudi Arabia find a way to rein in the remaining members? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Does this mean cheaper gas or more global instability? In either cases, I would like to know what are your thoughts. So don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification. We'll be tracking the market reaction and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz every day as the story develops. Thanks for watching, thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends and Namaskaram. Could we actually hack Earth's magnetic field to protect our own modern technology? Very profound question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary and controversial new proposal from the scientist deploying spacecraft to spray chemicals directly into the Earth's magnetosphere. As our reliance on satellite and power grids and GPS grows, so does our vulnerability to external solar storms. Could a man-made solar shield be the key to preventing a global blackout? Let's discuss this further. Imagine you're living in a world where everything just stops. No GPS to guide your travel, no internet to connect your your PCs, no power grid to keep your lights on. It sounds like the plot of a disaster movie. But it's a very real threat looming 93 million miles away on the surface of the sun. We have spent decades getting better at predicting space weather, acting like people in village watching a river rise, hoping we can warn everyone before the flood hits. But what if we didn't just watch? What if we could actually build a wall to stop the water? Today we're looking at a bold new proposal from scientists, a storm wall designed to actively hack Earth's magnetic field. Can we really engineer our way out of a solar storm, a massive one? To understand why we need a solar shield, we have to understand our current defenses. The magnetosphere. It's a vast invisible bubble around our planet that deflects the sun's charged particles away from Earth. Usually it does a great job, but it is not impenetrable. The danger comes when the sun releases a massive eruption known as the coronal mass ejection or CME. When this cloud of magnetic energy hits Earth, it can trigger a process called magnetic reconnection. Think of it like a shortcut. When the solar magnetic field aligns just right with our own, it rips a hole in the shield. This allows solar energy to flood into our near-Earth space, causing geomagnetic storms. Why should you care about this? Because our modern world is fragile. We have seen these storms fry satellites, disrupt radio signals, and surge power grids with enough voltage to cause massive blackouts. In May 2024, a major storm hit, causing hundreds of millions of dollars in losses for the agriculture industry alone when the GPS guided tractors could not function. As our tech dependency grows, our vulnerability to these invaders from space only get worse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. So how do we fix this issue? A team led by Brian Walsh from Boston University has proposed a concept called storm wall. If you can't make the shield stronger, why not give it an airbag? The idea is to launch a fleet of 6 spacecraft into specific orbits. These ships would carry payloads of alkaline chemicals like barium or lithium, which they could spray into the magnetosphere. When these chemicals are released, the photoionized, they actually become photoionized, creating a cloud of artificial plasma. This plasma would essentially thicken the boundary between us and the solar wind. By adding this mass to the critical frontier of magnetosphere, the storm wall would disrupt the energy flow of incoming storms. It forces the space weather bounce back around and past our planet instead of punching through. Computer simulations suggest this could reduce the intensity of the geomagnetic storm by more than 50%. It's not about stopping the sun, it's about turning a catastrophic hit into a glancing blow. Now, before we go spraying chemicals into space, we have to talk about the but part of it. And there are several buts here. First, the cost. We're talking about launching 6 spacecrafts, each carrying material equivalent to roughly 12 oil trucks. It's a one and done solution. Once the chemicals are sprayed, the system essentially spends it. It's incredibly expensive, and then there is ethical and environmental questions about geoengineering. While the researchers argue that the risk of contamination is very low since the plasma gets swept away by the solar wind within about 6 hours, any attempt to hack the planetary system comes with a lot of uncertainty. We have to ask, what are the unintended consequences of messing with our magnetic field? Any project of this scale would require massive international cooperations, oversight, and transparency. Is the storm wall the future of space defenses? Maybe. As we pour money into orbital infrastructure and space-based data centers, the financial math, as the researchers put it, might start to make sense. The reality is that if we build this, it wouldn't just protect our one country or one group of satellites, it would serve as a collective shield for the entire planet. We are becoming a space-faring civilization, which means we have to start acting like one. Whether or not we use space airbags, we have to find better ways to live within the volatile star we orbit. So friends, what do you think? Should we be experimenting with our planet's magnetic field, or is it the risk too high? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching and stay curious. I will catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it, that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are, looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside-out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts,
A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel like natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become, who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So, this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling. And experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicist modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium alike to soil or sandstone and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Before, laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky. India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science, and seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these sages remind us that science is not only about the technology, but about vision. And their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kapha, as the governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms, that underlying the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on the preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical, but it is mainstream, and Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physician embody compassion, humility and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains human-centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric, cucum and neems as a directin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bioprospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not a relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention and ethics plus with ecological harmony speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not control, but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument labs but also about vision, nutrition and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके, और हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र को का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज करता हूँ। आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफे इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः, इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः, 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 ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान के स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई, और जिन लोगों की शनि के ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में।
In the boundless silence of space, where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quiet endurance of these pores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next, but before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता होगा कि जो शनिवार का दिन होता है वो कर्म के स्वामी शनि जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, भगवान शनि महाराज की हम वंदना करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम पढ़ेंगे, इसको 11 दफ़ा करेंगे और 11 दफ़ा करने के लिए आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। और हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हमेशा की तरह। आप जैसा मर्जी आप गिन सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप अपने मन में भी गिन सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शनिवार को, हर शनिवार को आप शनि जी का ध्यान करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के नमन करते हैं और उनकी आराधना हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनश्चरे नमः। 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 ओम शन शनश्चर्य 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 नमः। तो दोस्तों 11 दफा हमने आज भगवान शनि महाराज जो कर्म के देवता होते हैं, आपके लाभ और आपके जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है उसके स्वामी शनि होते हैं। तो हमेशा अपना काम शुरू करने से पहले स्पेशली शनिवार के दिन भगवान की जरूर प्रार्थना कर लें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आपका दिन शुभ हो। तब तक के लिए मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूं। अगले ही वीडियो में जल्दी ही मिलता हूं, कहीं मत जाएगा। नमस्कार। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेस एक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेस एक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे। और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है और इसने इस रखते ही कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब इसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे। लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था। और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहां पे जब लिस्टिंग जब खुलता है मार्केट तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया। शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95 मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था और दिन के अंत होते होते $160.95 तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई। और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेसएक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है। और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेसएक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है। जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए स्टारलिंक स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी। तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स पे जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है ज़मीन के अंदर। तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो ज़मीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या ज़मीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं ज़मीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन्स चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है। तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और इनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा। और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेस एक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं, सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है। लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ के वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद।
Hello friends, we have a very profound and very deep question to address today, and that is there a part of you that survives beyond the physical world or physical realm? In this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom offered by Bhagavad Gita and to explore the intersection of ancient Vedic philosophy and the modern conceptual science. While our bodies changes from infancy to old age, our sense of I remains constant. We explore why the Gita defines Brahman as the supreme, the indestructible entity, and how this transcendental energy operates outside the laws of decay. Let's go. Friends, every 7 years, virtually every cell in our body, in your body, my body, get replaced. Your skin, your blood, even the lining on the stomach. It's all new. And if you look at the photo of yourself from 10 years ago, you are looking at a collection of atoms that are the most part no longer belonging to you. And yet you feel like the same person. When you say, I am hungry or I am tired, who is this I? Who is this I talking? Is it the meat suit that made of carbon and water, or is it the driver inside? Today we are going to explore one of the most profound scientific and the spiritual intersection in history. We are looking at the Bhagavad Gita chapter 8 verse 3 to answer the ultimate question. That is, why are you not your body? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the literal and the metaphorical battlefield, the warrior Arjun asks about the nature of existence. Bhagwan Krishna responds with a verse that serves as a theory of everything for the souls. And the verse says, the quote starts, Brahman is the supreme, indestructible and transcendental living entity. The material nature of living entity is called Atma. And karma is the fruitive action that result in the material body of a living being. Quote close. Let's break this down like a scientist would, right? Let's look at the word Brahman, which is, in other words, is supreme entity. In physics, we talk about the laws of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Bhagavad Gita calls this Brahman. It is the fundamental stuff of the universe, which is indestructible, and also this is an indestructible observer. Number 2 is the nature of self, which is Atma or your soul. This is your software. It is the inherent nature of the living entity that remains constant even when the hardware, which is your body, changes. Number 3 is the karma, which is the mechanism. This is the kinetic force. It is the action that bridges the gap between the spiritual and the material world. And if you are not your body, then what are you? In science, we often struggle with the hard problem of consciousness. We can map the brain, we can see the neurons firing, but we cannot find you in the gray matter. Think of your body like a mobile phone. The phone has a screen, a battery and a circuit, but the signal, which is the data, the internet, the voice of on the other side, other end, doesn't live inside the wires. If you smash the phone, the signal doesn't die. It simply has no medium to manifest through. You're getting this point? I hope you're. Now, the Gita explains that Brahman is that the signal. It is a transcendental, meaning it exists on a frequency higher than the physical world. While the body is subject to entropy, which I hope you know is the second law of thermodynamics, where everything moves towards a disorder. The soul is described as the imperishable. It's a constant. Nothing can touch it. It is the only thing in the universe that doesn't rust or get destroyed. The verse says karma. Karma is the fruitive action that results in the material body. This is the revolutionary way to look at the biology. Usually we think our DNA is the sole architect of our lives, but Gita suggests a deeper layer. Karma is the work or the energy we generate through our desires and actions. Think of it as a cloud server. Your actions are thoughts, and your Atma, which is your nature, are uploaded to the cosmic cloud. When your current device, which is your body, wears out, the data that karma determines the specifications of your next device, basically. So, based on karma, you will get into a new body. I think this is common sense, right? So, because of the theory of reincarnation. Now, it suggests that the life isn't a random accident of chemistry. It is a precise energy-driven transition. If you aren't a body having a spiritual experience, you are a spiritual energy field currently wearing a biological suit to interact with the physical world. Now, in chapter 8, there are later explains that this consciousness has the power to travel because it is not bound by the weight of the matter. It is actually non-local also. In quantum physics, we see entanglement where particle affects each other across the vast distances instantly. The Gita suggests that your consciousness is the ultimate quantum particle. At the moment of death, the indestructible living entity carries its superposition, predetermined positions and its data to its next destination as easily as the wind carries a scent from its source. So this isn't just an ancient sermon or mysticism. It is a description of high energy state of being. You are an eternal entity currently localized in a physical point in time, but your nature, which is Atma, is limitless. So why does this matter? When you realize you're not your body, the fear of the end vanishes. You stop being the broken screen and start identifying as an indestructible signal. As chapter 8 and verse 3 remind us, you are the Brahman, you are the supreme, you are the transcendental, and you are indestructible. The body is just a story your karma is currently telling you. So walk through the world today knowing that you aren't the container, you're the light inside it. Well, I would like to know your opinion, and thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If this deep dive into Gita and science resonate with you, hit the subscribe button and share this with someone who needs to remember their eternal nature, and I look forward to receiving your messages as well. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. India and Netherlands have officially leveled up their relationship, announcing a massive strategic partnership focused on trade, innovation, and the most importantly, semiconductors. With the Netherlands being home to ASML, the backbone of global chip making, and India rapidly becoming a global tech manufacturing powerhouse, this super alliance is set to rewrite the rules of global supply chain. Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly what this partnership means, why semiconductors are at the heart of it, and how it impacts the global trade, technology, and geopolitics. Let's go. Imagine a world where future of the artificial intelligence, global trade, and the brain power behind the smartphone is entirely reshaped overnight. It's not a sci-fi movie, it's happening right now. We are officially witnessing the birth of a new global tech superpower alliance. In a historic move, India and the Netherlands have dramatically elevated their bilateral relationships into a full-scale strategic partnership, signing a 17 something like 17 major agreements. Now, why does this matter to you or me? Because at the very absolute center of this massive deal is something that entire world is fighting over, and that is semiconductors. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. The Netherlands is the undisputed gatekeeper of the global chip manufacturing technology. India is the fastest growing technology and manufacturing market on earth. Together, they are creating a powerhouse designed to rewrite the global supply chain, secure critical minerals, and safeguard the future of technology. In this video, we are breaking down exactly what is this super alliance means, why this semiconductor deal is an absolute game changer, and how it impacts the global balance of power. So friends, let's dive in. B-roll of automated robotic arms handling silicon wafer. Sometimes you see this and you try to imagine this. To understand why this alliance is such a big deal, we have to look at what's under the hood. The semiconductor mega deal. Right now, the world runs on microchips. They are in your car, your phone, your medical equipment, and your military defense systems, but making them is incredibly difficult, and the supply chain is dangerously concentrated. Enter the Netherlands. The Dutch house, a tech juggernaut called ASML, is the only company in the world capable of making the extreme ultraviolet or EUV lithography machines required to print the most advanced microchips on earth. Without the Dutch tech, the global tech industry effectively grinds to a halt. Enter India now. Under the India Semiconductor Mission, India is investing tens of billions of dollars to become a premier global hub for chip manufacturing, trying to diversify away from traditional East Asia tech hub, and therefore this discussion going on with Netherlands and more specifically with ASML. During the bilateral talk in Hague, a massive milestone was reached. Tata Electronics and ASML officially closed a monumental partnership. ASML cutting edge equipment and expertise are heading straight to India's first major front, and it is going to complement to semiconductor fabrication plant or fab being built in Dholera in Gujarat. As the leaders noted, this means the chips will literally be built in India utilizing world-class Dutch machinery. This isn't just a simple buyer-seller agreement. The two nations are formally linked. The Dutch Semicon Competence Center directly to Indian Semiconductor Mission. They are building an entire ecosystem of suppliers, startups, and tech development. But you can't run multi-billion dollar chip fab with machines alone. You need human capital as well. You need genius level talent And that brings us to what they are calling the brain bridge. One of the most exciting aspects of this 5-year strategic roadmap is the academic and research alliance. The Eindhoven University of Technology and the University of Twente in Netherlands have signed a comprehensive memorandum of cooperation with 6 of India's absolute elite engineering institutions. The Indian Brain Bridge institutions are the IISc, which is in Bangalore, IIT Mumbai or IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Guwahati, IIT Madras. This network isn't just purely academics, it is heavily backed by real world technology and giants like NXP, ASML, Tata's, and CG Semi. And therefore, this is a very big deal. At exactly the same time, they have signed a massive mobility and migration cooperation pact as well. What does this mean in plain English? It means significantly easier visa norms, smoother talent pipelines, and expanded long-term partnership and work opportunities for Indian students and tech professionals in the Netherlands. The Dutch get direct access to India's unparalleled pool of software engineers and innovators, and India gets direct hands-on training with the most sophisticated hardware technology on the planet Earth. It's a flawless win-win. While the microchips are grabbing all the headlines, this new strategic alliance actually covers 17 different agreements designed to completely bind these two economies together. Let's look at the major pillar of this deal. First is the critical minerals. You can't build advanced electronics or electrical vehicle batteries without rare earth elements. The two nations have agreed to secure and build a resilient supply chain for critical minerals spanning from exploring to value chain integration. Number 2 is the green hydrogen roadmap. The Netherlands is a world leader in clean energy transition, and India wants to be the world's biggest exporter of the green hydrogen. This roadmap opens up a huge door for India to export clean energy directly into Europe. Number 3 is the defense industry roadmap. In a world riddled with geopolitical uncertainties and security is top of the mind, India and the Netherlands are designing a framework for the joint manufacturing of defense equipment, components, and direct technology transfer. They are even exploring a mutual logistics support agreement for their military forces. On top of all that, they have implemented a custom mutual administrative assistant agreement to streamline the trade and all aspects of whatever we have discussed so far. Remember, bilateral trade between these two already sit at a massive $27.8 billion. The Netherlands is India's fourth largest investor, and the port of Rotterdam serves as India's primary strategic gateway into entire European market. This pact essentially supercharged that gateway. Now we have to look at the bigger picture. Why is the alliance happening right now? The reality is that the global geopolitics are shifting fast. During their high-level talks, the leadership of both nations spent a significant amount of time addressing global pain points. They expressed deep concerns over ongoing instability in West Asia and Ukraine, which have continuously threatened the global energy supplies and trade routes. Both nations took a hard, unified stance on the Strait of Hormuz, jointly demanding absolute freedom of navigation and the unhindered flow of global commerce, while explicitly opposing any restrictive maritime measures. By coming together, India and Netherlands are purposefully insulating themselves from the global shocks. Western nations are actively seeking trusted democratic partners to diversify their tech dependencies away from single source manufacturing countries. This alliance positions India as Europe's ultimate trusted partner for hardware, while ensuring that Netherlands maintains a dominant foothold in booming South Asia market. As the leadership highlighted during this historic summit, this represents a new golden era for India-Europe relationship. It marries the incredible speed and skill of India's economic growth with the world-class innovation and tech expertise of Netherlands. The roadmap of 2026 to 2030 is locked in. The factories are being built, the universities are collaborating, and the microchips are about to flow. The tech landscape is evolving, and this super alliance is driving the change. But now I want to hear from you. What do you think about this partnership? Will this formally establish India as next global semiconductor superpower? How do you think this impact the global balance of tech power? Drop in your thoughts in the comments below, and if you find this breakdown valuable, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notifications so you never miss another deep dive into the technology reshaping our world. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous thread. A physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE, Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, pith and kapha. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So, as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction, but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress, and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms, but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonated deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, about Charak. Equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, diabetic, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physicians embody compassion, humanity, and humility and discipline, while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So, in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So, his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well-being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well-being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve a life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia remind us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So, when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw a human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with the cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest, but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today, but for tomorrow, and for all the life that walks, flies, swim, and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, the China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relations with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. This video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one.